and welcome to Players and Creators. Wow, I am like low. I don't know how that happened. There we go. Everything's good to go now. Hi, welcome again to Players and Creators. The Wild Mount, our Wild Mount campaign. I am the DM, and as with me always are my wonderful, amazing players. Um, we just have a few announcements to get through fairly quickly. And once that is done, we can get this started. So, um, first announcement is let's see. I got a couple of things. There's some new changes to the actual stream that you probably see. And so I just want to explain what those changes are very quickly and then kind of there. So you'll see in the lower left-hand corner, you'll see Patreon patrons, Twitch subs, YouTube subs. We just added goals to the stream. So I'm gonna very quickly run through what those are, so everybody can see it, and you'll actually see something cycling through the stream as we go on. But the first thing, Patreon patrons. Right now we have 4 patrons. We're looking to get 25. When we hit 25, um, we will then start doing a community created NPC. So essentially, what that means is once the patrons, we have 25 patrons, and it'll be specifically for this campaign. And we get the 25. We get to the 25 patrons. Bless you. Um, it's fine. Shit happens. Everybody sneezes. It's like everybody poops. Fine. Um,
I don't poop.
well, let's just hope you don't poop when you sneeze, because that's embarrassing. Um, but anyway, if you choose to support the stream and everything that we're doing through Patreon, hit 25 patrons. We will then put out a link that anybody who watches the stream can. That link will basically begin the creation process of an NPC. You'll get to choose race and class, all of those good things, and then once that survey is closed on one of the streams of talking with the DM, we will finalize that character, plug it into the campaign. So you get to help create an NPC that'll go into. That's the first goal. And if you're saying, well, how come we're not going to do one for the other D&D game? Well, we are, but we got to hit this goal first. So, once we hit that goal, we're gonna hit another goal, go for another goal, to do the same exact thing. The second goal are Twitch subs. So you can see that we're looking right now. We're looking to get 100, but for every 100 Twitch subs, if that's the way you choose to support us, we will be doing a 3D printed statue giveaway. And what does that mean? So all of my players in both campaigns have actually created their own minis. I have a 3D printer and I'm able to print those out. But that also means that I get to print them out statue sized. Now this is actually an actual 3D mini. There's a model that from our campaign pre-stream. So you guys don't even know who this is, and this is an actual mini that I blew up to make into a statue for the players. So to give you kind of an idea of what it looked like, I apologize. I know it looks a little washed out, but I just want to give you an idea of the size. Um, but essentially, it will be of one of the players' minis from this campaign and our Lost Mine campaign on Wednesday. So that'll be every 100 Twitch subs. We will do a giveaway of one of those mini. But it will not be mini. It'll be big mini. And the last goal is our YouTube subs. So if you get a chance, not now, obviously, just when you're done with us, you can go over to YouTube. Or whenever you get a chance to go onto YouTube, please subscribe to our YouTube channel. We're looking to get to 100 subscribers on YouTube. You can catch up on any stream that you've missed of any of the games or any of the other streams you might be interested in. Um, and right now, what we're looking to do is we're looking to actually make our YouTube page official, like with big O. Because right now, if it, you know, for most people who already know this, who have YouTube pages, when you get your own YouTube page, it is youtube.com/ and then it's a bunch of numbers and a bunch of letters. It's not really official. I would really like to have the YouTube page say youtube.com/players and creators, but we can only get there if we get to 100 subs. So please, when you get the chance, please subscribe, like the videos that you are watching. Also, that helps, and at the very least, like it just supports everything. We 100% appreciate. One thing I've been remiss about for every stream that I've done so far, and I'm going to rectify that as of now, is I want to thank my mods. They've been doing an amazing job on the streams, and modding all of the streams, this one and all the other ones that I've been doing. So I want to just, take a moment and thank you very much for all of your hard work and everything that you do. This would be doubly, this would be very, very much more difficult without your help. So thank you very much. Um, all right. More announcements. Next one. This one is actually Comet, who plays Phoebe. She is actually going to be doing an art stream live on Twitch February 16th at 12 p.m. Eastern. Um, and you can find her channel at Comet Light, and I'm going to spell it for you: COMITLIGHT 468. And that is not just her Twitch channel, but it is also her Twitter. And here's the interesting thing about the Twitter is if you follow her on Twitter, she's actually doing a poll on Twitter that you get to choose what the mural that she paints is going to be. Um, so again, the way you spell it, COMITLIGHT 468, and that is both her Twitch channel and her Twitter. Yeah, sorry, lots of things going on behind. Um, and again, February 16th, 12 p.m. Eastern. If for some reason you go on her Twitter and you missed the poll is already closed. You can still vote by just making a comment in her Twitter and letting her know what it is that you would like for her to paint. Okay, and then you will find out the results when she actually does the stream on February 12th. All right. So that is, thank you very much for that comment. I can't wait to see what you actually paint. That's going to be
I'm
cool.
looking forward to what people want me to paint.
Mm-hmm. And the medium of choice is oil pastel. So should be very, very, very bright and pretty. I hope. Unless somebody wants you to paint like the void or something, then it'll be super dark and awesome. And less bright
Well,
and
then they
pretty.
better be prepared for a lot of purples because I like purple.
Purple's cool. Purple's good. Right. Um. Okay. Yeah. Next announcement is just once again Friday Night Magic tomorrow at 8 p.m. Eastern. There's no meeting tomorrow from my real job, so I will be starting on time, unlike last week. But yeah, it will be Friday Night Magic 8 p.m. I actually will be opening new Caldine packs. That'll be fun. And hopefully building some better better decks, because as if you've been playing and watching with me, you know how much I suck. So just come watch people kick my ass in Magic, and as I attempt to build bigger and better decks, and we'll watch as they fail together. Um, there will not be Old Man Plays Old Games or Talking With the DM this week, as I do that every other week. That'll be following week. Um, but yeah, from that's much all I've got. I think that's all of the um. So guess it means that we get started now. All right, so let's get some music going. The appropriate music. Get in. our recap. So, right. So, last we got together, um, the group had decided to leave Troston Wall, and after a uh, conversation with Miranda von Scott, you were able to convince her to allow you to leave the mansion. You left through a secret tunnel known only to the Von Scott family, which left you outside of the gates, outside of the walls of Troston. You made your way through the, stealthily through the evening, rested. Some of you had some interesting dreams and things happened to you. Upon awaking and trying to make your way continuously through, not by the road, but through the forests, staying kind of off the beaten path as well. Uh, Unfortunately, those who were tracking you actually found you. Um, a small scuffle ensued, whereupon, through various rolls and skill checks, um, you were able to make your way and escape your pursuers. Continuing through the forest at a very fast pace, you came across a clearing and a what looked seemed to be some kind of abandoned hut or cottage. So, uh, did some snooping around. It looked around, tried to get an idea, and unfortunately found that there were these large dirt mounds, kind of surrounding this clearing, uh, and found out rather quickly afterwards what those mounds came from, uh, where a large insect creature began to uh, hear you and from in various ways, and began to essentially start stalking you, while you all tried to keep as quiet as possible in the house. Some of you were not as successful in doing so, um, and in the process, attracted the attention of yet another one of these creatures who burst out of the ground and began to encircle the house, while the other, uh, seemingly frustrated of not being able to get into the house, began to spit some kind of acidic uh, goo from its actual mandibles, kind of starting to dissolve some of the shutters of some of the windows. Um, did try your A couple of you tried your best to get get these creatures away from you. Not Unfortunately, not succeeding in doing so. But it was also around the time that the second creature burst forth, that all of a sudden you heard in the distance some cries of your would-be pursuers. Now, here's something that before we actually jump into this, is actually something for everybody who's watching as well as for us. Um, so we're going to be actually changing the dynamic slightly. I've already talked with my players about this as of last week, but the dynamic is going to change slightly because we have a slightly larger group than normal than you would have for D&D. In order to keep things moving, we're going to actually change gears slightly. So normally, if as you're DMing or running a game for folks, if especially if it's a smaller group of people, you want to allow a certain you want to allow a lot of freedom in the choices that they make. You want to give them the opportunity to make certain decisions and come up with ideas, and that's normally what you would do, and that's normally what I've been doing since we've been running. However, because this is such a large group, sometimes giving that much freedom and giving that many options to folks tends to kind of slow things down, as sometimes it could be too much. It's too many options. So you're gonna find that, moving forward from here, I will be kind of running the narrative a little with a more narrow focus, and the players themselves will be able to tell me, well, no, that's not actually what happens. This is what I'm going to do, and that's perfectly fine. We've already discussed this, and but this is just going to be a way to make things move a little quicker, a little faster. And if they don't like what I'm saying, this is their story. They can absolutely change that, and that's no problem. But I just don't want anybody who's watching to think that I'm railroading my players and making them do things that they don't want to do. We've all decided, we've all talked about it, and we've all agreed that this was going to be a way to just move things a little faster, and we're all on board with it. I've seen this happen in a couple of other different games where it was not discussed with the players and it was not discussed with people who were watching, and people were upset, and rightly so, because they felt like their characters were being taken away from them. That is not what I want to do. That is not the intent. The intent is just to help move things forward. Um, so yeah, so that's pretty much that's going to be the dynamic moving forward. So with that, um, at this moment, you are all inside this cottage. You see you can see that these creatures absolutely know already. They've tried previously to get into this cottage, failed, and now I believe it was Phoebe who was actually blocking the door at this point, and the rest of you are inside trying to figure out what to do while you are hearing the calls of these men on the outside. So what we're gonna do is I'm gonna need all of you to start to roll initiative, as things are getting a little crazy, and this is actually gonna help us move things forward in a better direction. All right, so roll initiative. Don't give them to me yet. I will ask you for initiative when I'm ready, and I'm gonna take us. Might be a little easier to see. All right, so I haven't placed anybody yet. I'm gonna start placing folks now. Get to see what's going. So this will actually be a lot easier if we can see inside the house. All right, so um, these are the large insect creatures that are kind of surrounding the house. The other one is right on the other side of the door. Door. If I remember correctly, Leah was over by the window. Rowan tried to get that one creature to go to sleep. Sora, her, both ran back behind the chimney. Nina, at this point, Maya is when Jarina actually bamfed out her wings and scared a number of you. Maya was one of them scared, dug her way into the fireplace. You have not seen. Um, so that is where we are, as all of you are concerned. You all don't see the only things that you see currently are the creatures. The shadow of this creature definitely. This one you can see through the window at the moment. Um, Initiative here. All right.
DM, just a
Yes.
quick question. Cerberus was also inside with us, correct?
Yes, that is true. Um, As you can see, it is very, very tightly packed in. Alrighty. So, yeah, you all can fit in here just fine. It's just, it's a little, close quarters. All right, so let's start with Jarino. What'd you get for initiative?
14.
All right, Galen,
24.
Leah,
18. Are you able to see the digital dice rolls?
I can see the digital dice roll. I haven't done anything with that yet as far as the stream. But I can see them on my end.
Okay.
Squall, what'd you get for initiative?
Sorry, I was muted. 15.
Rowan,
11.
Phoebe,
Nat 20 plus 5 initiative 25.
and Sora.
3.
3.
Yep.
And also, I'm a terrible DM. I forgot to give you your stats for for Cerberus again. But just roll initiative for Cerberus.
At disadvantage or just regular?
No, just regular initiative is.
What's her how you call it?
Yeah, hold on a second. Okay, so you're going to add to that d20 2.
So she got 11.
11? Okay. And Maya. 5. And alrighty. So, top of the round is Phoebe. Phoebe, you can hear the shouts from these individuals. You can see that the part of the shutter is kind of burning away from this acid. Um, don't necessarily see the two creatures, but you could open the door, see more, or move from where you are. What would you like to do?
I am going to stay put until I feel it's safe enough to open the door. Like if I hear the insectoids move away.
Okay. So are you gonna ready in action or?
I'm holding a door.
Okay, so you're just holding the door. That's okay. Aelin, you are next. What would you like to do?
I'm gonna move towards Squall and ask and tell him, so Squall, your chainmail is making way too much noise. In order to get out of this situation, we need to be stealthy. Do you know any way we could maybe muffle your chainmail?
I'm sorry. Your guess is as good as mine. Pillows, some feathers. I got nothing. Like, it's to protect my hide, not for covert operations.
I know this.
I've been saying this since we got together. Stealth is just not my forte, and I can only literally make an attempt to try to muffle my armor, but the whole wind chime thing.
You need a poncho.
I don't
Yeah.
necessarily know if that would even help.
All right. So what?
Well-
What else are you doing, Galen? What's happening? This
Well,
is all happening
My
quickly.
action is to use my blanket and turn it into a makeshift poncho, and to try and put it over Squall and see if that will help with his stealth rolls.
Oh, okay. Huh. So I will say. All right. So you move. All right. So the first thing is you move over to him. You dig in your pouch. You pull out a blanket. I will say this will be your action and your bonus action.
Yeah.
Uh,
Would this be performance?
no, this is gonna be more of. You're not what we would call like a poncho expert. I guess.
I know, but I'm just trying to make something that can muffle his chainmail in some way.
All right, I'll say make a dexterity check at disadvantage. As you're doing your best, you're gonna do your best to throw this blanket around him, and with the intent of muffling him, and that's your intent. So this is really good, yeah. And you're gonna do this as best you can.
Is it just a straight dex?
It's a dex check. So yeah, but d20 dexterity modifier at disadvantage.
17.
That was a disadvantage.
Yes.
Okay. Um. Yeah. So you throw Squall. He just runs up to you. He throws this blanket around you. He begins tying off knots, like sticking it in your belt. Like occasionally just grabbing the edges and kind of like every now and then like yeah, just tugging it, just to see how, if it's gonna make any noise. Occasionally it does. He ties it off a little further. It's a little uncomfortable, Wall. But Galen, you think that this might help, but we will see.
I hope this works, as he says under his breath.
All right. So next up is Leah. Can't hear you, Leah.
Have they made any motion to hit us?
Not as of yet. It's not their turn. The last thing that they did is like you're standing in front of the window. Uh, the half of the shutter is now like is kind of just burning away in front of you. You can see the creature outside of the window right now. Rowan ran up and tried to put it to sleep, and it didn't work. Um, Unfortunately, so that's kind of where you're at. So you're staring right at the face of this, watching like the acid goo kind of drip from its mandibles. What do you want to
I want to move a little bit away from the window so I don't get burned.
do? Okay.
Um, and stand a little closer to Rowan to help her block the door.
Well, Rowan's over here.
Oh, who's the one with the white hair then?
That's Phoebe.
Okay, I'll stand by Phoebe then.
There are 3 people in this game that have white hair.
Yep. Sure do. Not confusing in the least.
4 actually.
I'm gonna hold my action until something busts into the house.
Okay. So your action is going to be to attack.
It'll be to attack with, I'm gonna go with my rapier because it's close quarters.
Okay. All right. So next up are the creatures. So the one at the window sprayed his acid. See if he gets it back. He does get his back.
Oh shit.
Um. He's going to try and spit again. Closer to, yeah, at this point, he can actually, after moving, can see Phoebe um, and Leah. So I'm gonna need the two of you to make dexterity checks for me.
A check or a savings throw?
I'm sorry, dexterity saving throw. Leah, what did you get?
Nat 20 plus 6.
Nice. Phoebe, what did you get?
13 plus 5, 18.
Both succeed. However, you still you both take 3 acid damage as the stream of acid spit just kind of shoots through the window. You both see it. Thankfully, some of the window and shutters are there's still enough of it to kind of block some of the stream, and you are able to dodge. But some of it does get on your clothes, armor, and you can see it just away and starting to burn. Um, Watch, Leah, you can see this. You watch as it just it's kind of twitching and is like looking around, and then it just begins very very quickly to dig at its feet, and it burrows into the ground. Disappears into the.
Shit.
Does the cottage have a dirt floor?
No, it has a stone floor. Next one. Phoebe, I need you to make an athletics check for me. Yeah.
You said athletics, right?
Hmm?
Okay. Oh, what just happened? Oh, that was weird. Hold on, my page is messing up. 15 plus athletics 3, 18.
18? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So as you're standing at the door, you feel boom against the door, boom, and you're able to hold it there without. It's starting to hurt against your shoulder, but you're able to hold the door closed without issue.
Yay.
Right. So next is Squall. Squall, what would you like to do?
I would like to take a deep breath in this frustration of being wrapped up in a garb despite my comforts. I'd like to question whether or not stealth is still going to contribute to the circumstance, as I don't know how we plan to move forward. So I'm just gonna hold after making my I'm gonna make that clear,
Mhm.
and I guess hold in action. Uh, I I guess a melee action if anything comes in range.
Okay.
Yeah, but I'm visibly not convinced of.
That this blanket's gonna cut it.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. I'm just want to make that clear.
Okay.
That's
All right.
yeah.
Yeah. You're not voicing that opinion as much as making faces and just looking down at yourself and then looking right at Galen like what?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. So you're holding your action in case something comes an attack, in case something comes into melee range. All right. That would go. Next would be Jarina. Jarina, what would you like to do?
Where I'm at, is there a window by me?
There is not. That was a mistake that I made last game, saying that there were sides. There are only windows on the left side of the building.
Got it. Okay. I am going to heal myself.
Okay.
All
Problem?
right. I am at max health now.
Okay. All right. Anything else?
That is all I am going to do.
Okay. So you heal yourself. How many hit points do you heal yourself for?
For 5 hit points. Actually, sorry, since that was a bonus action, I'm gonna hold my action, in case something comes through the, door. I'm going to equip my Staff of Flowers.
Okay. No worries. All right. Um. All right. So the next thing that happens, all begin to hear, "What the fuck is that?" Um. But not being able to see what's happening. Um. Yeah, you really can't do anything. So all right. So you all definitely heard that. Um. Rowan, it is now your turn.
I would like to peek out the window.
Okay. Um. Over. You peek out the window. Make a perception check for me.
I rolled a nat 1 on my brand new mythic dice. plus 6 is a 7.
That it's a nat one. Um. So yeah, you go over to the window and you're trying to look through it, but like the smell and the fumes from the acid that's like eating through the shutter is just kind of like stinging your eyes, and you're just like and you just can't see outside yet, and you just kind of like gotta move back a little bit and catch your breath. Fumes are just a little too. Thankfully you don't take any damage from that. Trying to pursue. Is there anything else you want to try?
Oh, let's see. I'm far away from the door.
You're about
I want to
yeah, you're about like 10 feet from the door.
I want to cast entangle, but if I can't see where I'm casting it, it's not going to work.
Okay. All right.
So, what I will do is I will see. I think I still have Shillelagh. Make sure.
Yeah, you can cast that as a bonus. Just kind of
See if I still have it.
empower your.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that. It's a cantrip, so I don't have to roll, do I?
No, you just all you're doing is you just just kind of empowering your staff with that power. And you turn if you want.
Okay. Yeah, that's what I'll do with that.
All right.
And how far from the window is this insectoid?
You can't see. You tried looking, and the fumes kind of like stopped, blocked you from actually. You really didn't see anything outside. You know there is an outside, but
Oh, that's good.
Nat one. That's
I'm glad I know that.
yeah. Nat one. That's probably all you know.
I
Um,
know I'm inside a house.
yes, you are. All right. So next up is actually Cerberus. Um, Sora, what do you want Cerberus to do?
Cerberus is going to hold any action until she gets an opportunity
Okay.
to attack. Yeah, because it's far too close in here, and she doesn't have any line of sight or anything on anything.
Okay. So you just kind of you try to calm her and get her to not do anything yet, and she seems like she's whimpering. She seems like she's worried, but you have that bond with her. She trusts you. You don't have to roll animal handling. Not really do, but that's fine.
Okay.
But now, Sora, it is your turn.
Do I see anything from where I'm at?
You are in the far back corner over here. The windows are over here. But the shutters are closed on this window, and you would actually have to kind of push your way through, try and see anything.
Then I'm also going to hold my action. I'm going to cast magic missile if any of them gets in.
Well, that's a pretty instantaneous spell. You really don't want to hold that spell too long, because if nothing happens, you lose that spell.
Okay.
Okay, so you'll cast it should something happen.
Right.
All right. So next up, we're back at the top of the round. Phoebe, make a perception check for me.
$15 plus 3 perception is 18.
You can still hear the creature that was trying to bang on the door. It does sound like that creature is still on the other side of the door. You can hear the sounds of individuals yelling at each other. You're not entirely sure what they're saying through the door, but you can hear them yelling at each other from a distance. Um, and you also hear what sounds like a rumble. Very low rumble. Can't tell where it's coming from, but you can definitely hear like a rumble coming.
I'm still gonna hold. I'm gonna rehold my action. Because I still want to keep that door closed
Okay.
until I hear the insectoids move toward the enemy, at least.
Okay.
But I yell to the group, I think another one is coming up.
All right. So you stay at the door, holding the door, yell that to the group. All right. All right. So next up is Galen. Kind of inspect your work. See Squall giving you some like weird face. From after kind of manhandling him with this blanket.
Giving me the stink eye.
Yeah. So what do you want to do?
I I just shrugged my shoulders to Squall, and I'm gonna open the window behind him, the one that's not acid. Not completely open. I just want to see open it enough to see outside.
Okay. Go over to the window, open it up, the shutter slightly, make a perception check for me.
Is this at disadvantage, or because I'm out of the sun, is it just normal roll?
I'll say at the moment it's not at disadvantage. Just opened up the shutter slightly, not enough to let a ton of sunlight in, and it is dark.
All right, so that's a 13.
13. Yeah, you take a look out. You're trying to get a good view of what's going on. You can. The only thing you can see at this moment, you see this large mound of like disturbed earth by the window. Um, it's really, really tiny, really small. It's almost like a sinkhole, not quite. Reminds you of the dirt mounds you saw outside, around this clearing, but not as large. Like this was the beginning stage. That's pretty much all you can see.
All right.
Along with like these trees.
You mentioned that there were papers all strewn about,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Yeah, there's like refuse on the ground.
Um, I guess as a bonus action, I'd like to see if any of those are legible. Like if I could read them. I'm not going to read them. I just want to see if they can be read.
Um, yeah. That would actually that would be more of an investigation check. But if you wanted to, you could like lean down, grab a bunch of papers, and like shove them into your pouch to take a look at later.
Okay, I'll do that.
Okay, yeah, that could be a bonus action. Grab as many papers as you can that look mostly intact. Okay, so Leah, it is now your turn. What would you like to do?
I'm gonna turn to Rowan and ask her if she has any ideas if she wants me to move from the door.
Okay.
Rowan, you want me to move from the door so you can see outside?
Um, no, that's okay. Someone's trying to barge his way in still.
Are we able to feel anything under our feet?
Make a perception check.
$23. The
20
digital dice are good.
So 23. Yeah, you kind of crouch down and you put your hand on the ground, kind of close your eyes, kind of concentrate with all of the craziness going on. And as you put your hand down, you can feel this very, very slight vibration.
Guys, I think he's gonna try to come up through the floor. We need to get out of here.
We want to try it. Oops. Now my turn.
All right. So what are you doing, Leah?
Is the fireplace is blocked, right?
Yeah,
Why
it's
is it-
it's got a bunch of garbage and stuff in there. I mean, you could try and clear it out if you want.
And the window, one of them burrowed under where the window was, right?
Yes.
There's one in front of the door. And is there any space that's clear that we could possibly make a getaway?
The only thing, the only thing that's available to you right now is the door and the two windows, and possibly the chimney.
And possibly the chimney. Okay. I'm gonna stay by the door to keep to fortify the door with Phoebe.
Okay.
And hold my action again till something big breaks through anywhere.
Okay, no worries. All right. So that, and we come up to so Phoebe and Leah, I need you to make another perception check. What'd you get, Phoebe?
10 plus 3, 13.
Leah, what'd you get?
17.
17. So, since both of you are right by the door, you can hear like the chittering of the creature by the door, and all of a sudden it seems to move away from the door. Not sure how far it's moved from the door, but it's still chittering, and you can hear the chittering happening, and it seems to be moving away from the door.
I have to use the bathroom real quick. If it
Just
comes to be my turn, roll for me.
just okay. Just go ahead. Don't worry about it. All right. So that's what happens there. Um, all of you feel now. All of you can feel under your feet vibration, and then all of a sudden, and you all almost lift off the floor from this impact. And you can now see in the center, like not exactly in the center, but almost from the center in between Cerberus and Phoebe. Um, especially, let's see who it would be. It would be Jarena and Rowan would actually see this first. You see this small little hole begin to open up under in the stone under the floor. Right now, it's like maybe the size of a quarter, but you now see after that impact, you can now see like something burning through the floor. You're not sure how long it'll be before that hole gets larger, but there is a tiny small hole right now. And you can see like fumes actually rising from the little hole. Cerberus starts to whine. Um, is the creature's turn. Squall, it's now your turn.
Uh, I I felt the rumbling underneath me, right?
Oh yeah, you all felt it, and you all like almost got lifted off of your feet from the impact under. Like it was like a boom, and you all it was almost like a mini jump that you all took from that.
I'm gonna levitate.
Okay. How far off the ground are you levitating?
Like, I mean, like there's a roof above me, so I can't,
Okay. Yeah.
enough where I'm safe from anything that could be potentially penetrating the floor. Like, I guess 5 feet would not be like how tall is the ceiling? What, 10 feet
Yeah,
maybe?
it's maybe about 10 feet, 8 to 10.
Yeah. So like about like 3, 4 feet off the floor, so that
Sure.
you know I'm not messing with that.
No worries. So yeah, so you all watch it as everybody gets knocked around off their feet, and then in reaction, Squall just raises off the ground slightly,
Yeah.
looking at the floor like
Yeah, and again, like arms, my arms are at the ready on my sword, and I'm still with a grimace because of this excess garb that I am wearing.
Gotcha,
Yeah.
gotcha. All right, cool. Jarena, your turn.
Okay, I am going to do. So I only see the fumes. I don't see any creature just yet.
No, you don't see a creature yet. Just so you see this little hole slowly start to open in the stone on the ground, and like these little wisps of smoke, like fumes coming up from the hole. And again, the hole is just the size of a quarter, um, but that's what it looks like.
Is it possible to hold my action for this turn?
What do you want to hold?
I want to hold a command spell so that when I see the creature, I can command it to flee.
Okay, yeah, you can hold that.
And then no bonus action. I'm just gonna stay at the ready.
Okay, no worries. So you're gonna hold the command to get ready to cast that. All right. So next up are individuals. Um, again, a good number of you, most of you can hear like outside, yeah, yeah, no, get him, just going on outside. Can't see what's happening, so that ends their turn. Um,
I'm sorry, Chris.
yes,
I couldn't hear you. Were they just yelling?
yeah, you can't make out what they're saying. But you can hear the sounds that are clearly like people just yelling outside.
'Cause it doesn't sound like they're in combat. They're just yelling.
You're not sure. You can't see what's going on. They could be in combat. They could be, but you're not sure at this point. All right, Rowan, you are actually up now.
Oh boy. I don't know what I can do. Um, let's see. I'm going to let's see. Is that thing still hanging out outside the window?
You don't looking out the window just briefly. You don't see anything out there.
Okay. I'm gonna try to look out the window again like I did before. I'm gonna take my stick and nudge open that nasty shutter.
Okay, yeah. So you shouldn't. Nudge it open. Get a better view outside. Make a perception check.
15.
15. Okay, so you look out. You see all of the trees and the bushes. You see like what looks like a sinkhole on the outside. Don't see the creature. You can now also hear what does sound like what could be the sounds of battle. Like as you kind of like sticking your head out just slightly. You can't see anything yet, but you can definitely hear, "Get him! No, over there now! Get ah!" So it does sound like something's happening outside. Getting a better picture of what's happening, but directly outside of here, you see like a sinkhole. It's filled in, like it's not just like a big hole. It's filled in as the creature dug, but that's pretty much all you can see.
I'm gonna say, guys, if we want to escape, this is where we should go now.
Agreed.
Let's get out of here. So
Right then.
I start to head out the I push that nasty shutter all the way out with my stick and I jump out the window.
Okay, yeah. So make a. This will be a straight dexterity check. Climb out the window, get out without any.
Ooh. Um 20, not natural.
Okay, yeah, without issue. You all watch as Rowan just kind of knocks aside the shutter. It's kind of like just kind of hanging on one uh, loose hinge, and she just kind of knocks it off to the side, falls to the ground with the rest of the burnt shutter, and she just kind of jumps out the window. Um, Land here. You're on the sinkhole itself. The ground gives just slightly, but not like you fall through or anything. It gives ever so slightly, and now you can actually see from your perspective. You see three individuals similarly dressed to those who interrupted your memorial service. Um, all three have the large, heavy crossbows that they are aiming at what you can see, kind of like you can see the side of the large creature, not in front of the door anymore, but towards the middle. Um, and it's just like chittering, and they're just screaming, "Get shoot, shoot, get him, get him!" And that's what you see as you jump out the window.
Do I have any bonus action yet, or
Well, you still have
left, or anything like that?
you still have some movement.
Okay.
If you want to move someplace else, um, you have a bonus action. You want to take it?
Okay. Um, can I cast Entangle as my bonus action?
No, that is an action ticket.
Oh, that's right. I'm sorry.
There's-
All right. I'd like to move around the side of the building where there are no bodies. So I guess it's to. I'm looking at the screen, and I still
this way?
see. Oh, I can't see where you're pointing because it's not coming up on my on the table on my Discord, but I can see it on Twitch. Okay, so that's where I am. I'm there.
Yeah, this is you.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, I would like to. What's that? On the corner of the building behind me there.
This is a
Other
tree
side.
here.
No, behind. Other way.
Okay, so
Other way.
this is behind the building right here. Just so you know, this right here, and
Okay.
just to give you perspective, all behind here is just massive amount of trees and bushes. You're not sure, but it's very very thick and heavy. Um, Going this way, this is the front of the house. This is where the door is.
Okay.
And you can see here. This seems to be like a broken tree, like a broken tree stump, but it's maybe about 5 or 6 feet.
I want to find some cover because I feel very exposed. So I'd like to move towards the trees.
In the back over here,
Of just right across from me there.
right here. Okay. So yeah, so you without without an issue, make it through. You kind of push your way through some of these bushes. They're a little thick and heavy, so that is going to be just for that one square. It's difficult terrain, so but you gotta push through, and you take some cover behind, and that's your move.
Okay.
All right, so that's your turn, Rowan. Sora, it's actually you. It is Cerberus's turn, and then your turn. What would you like to do?
I am going to tell Cerberus to go to the window and jump out. I will give her a hand.
You're gonna give her a hand. Okay. Make an animal handling check for me.
14.
All right, so you start to tell her to do that. Make a dexterity check for her. You're gonna add +2.
I don't know what her dex is.
I said add +2 to it.
Oh, okay. It's 10.
10. Moves over to the window. She kind of gets up. You actually don't have to help her. She's pretty big. And she kind of puts her paws in the front and she kind of jumps out. She is there on the sinkhole. We'll call it that for just for our purpose. All right, so she is now on the other side, kind of waiting for you, unless you give her any more instructions. Still has some movement left.
I'm gonna have her wait just under so I can climb on her back.
Okay, well, it's your turn now, so if that's what you want to do. Make a dexterity check for me, Sora. What was that? 8. Okay, I can't hear you, so I'm not sure if it's your hand in front of your mouth or the mic.
Is that better?
That's better. Yeah. So you said 8, right?
Yes.
Okay. Uh, so you start climbing out of the window. Your robes get caught, as and you trip and you fall onto Cerberus, and because she's there, it's awkward already as you're falling, and you fall off of her, fall prone right next.
Very clumsy wizard, I see.
Unfortunately, that was most of your movement, so you would not be able to get up at this point because you half of your movement don't have any.
Mhm.
Or I'm gonna call you Schmendrick.
Okay, so, all right, so that is your turn, Sora. And we come back to the top of the round. Phoebe, it is now your turn. What are you gonna do?
Hurry up. I am going to let go of the door and jump out the window.
Okay, I'm gonna need you to make a dexterity check. The DC is going to be super high, because as you look out, you can see a prone Sora and Cerberus just kind of like standing out there.
Yeah, I don't want to take the obvious route because I don't want to make myself a target.
Okay, so what was that? What did you get?
You said Dex?
Dexterity check. Just
Okay. 15 plus 5, 20. Not that.
okay. Yeah. So you climb out the window. You actually put a foot onto Cerberus's back. Cerberus growls, shakes you off. You fall prone behind Cerberus. And now you are prone on the ground with Sora, while Cerberus is just kind of waiting there. Looks at you, growls a little bit, and then continues to look around.
Do I have any more movement?
That was no. That you again. You would need to use half your movement to get up. You do not have. So unfortunately, you're out of the house, but you are prone.
Okay.
Okay. All right. That's your turn. Galen, it's your turn. Galen. Lose him?
He froze. He
He
froze.
froze.
There we go. He's back. He's back. Hey, it's your turn now, Galen.
All right. So I open the doors now, realizing that stealth is now no longer an option anymore. No, not that door, not that door. I meant the window, I meant the window. I'm sorry.
Okay. All right. So you open the shutters completely.
Yes.
All right. You see outside in front of you. You see Cerberus standing underneath the windows. You see Sora on the ground next to Cerberus. You see Phoebe on the ground behind Cerberus. What do you do? The space is quickly filling up.
What a fucked up day.
There are monkeys in a barrel.
Galen was planning on just grabbing Squall and pulling him like a balloon out the window, but
Mm-hmm.
realizing that this place is kind of filled up, he's just gonna close the window and be like, he's just gonna wait until there's more space there.
Okay. Fair enough. All right. So that's your turn.
I guess I could hold my action, if the hole gets any bigger and I see like a head or something, I'll throw like a dagger at the head.
Sure.
That-
Okay, yeah, you can do that. All right. So Leah, it is now your turn. What would you like to do?
I'm gonna look to Jarena and Squall. Guys, are you gonna go out the window?
We will if there's more space.
Should I be stealthy about it? I say that with a real sarcasm.
What about you, Jarena?
I'm gonna wait till this creature comes out and make it flee.
Okay. Do you want me to stay with you until you can get out safely so you're not alone?
You go before me.
Okay. Alright, so I'm gonna head out the window.
Okay.
Can I also add to my action that I want to help Squall out when he comes out?
All right. So you look out the window. You see everything I described before. Sora on the floor, Phoebe on the ground, Cerberus just kind of standing there looking around. Just very very antsy. The space is filling up very very quickly. You can do this. The DC is going to be much higher because of the obstacles you have to face. So you can do it. What would you like to do?
Can I do it in an athletic manner?
This is more. This is gonna be more. You know what? This is gonna be more acrobatics. So, make an acrobatics check for me. You are trying jump out this window and not trip over the tangle of individuals outside.
Well, my dex is higher than my savings throw are higher than my acrobatics, so
Well,
does that make it?
no, it's just I just need an acrobatics check.
Oh, 10.
Jump out the window, trip over Cerberus's back, fall onto Sora, and literally just roll off of her and fall prone next to Phoebe. Yeah, that happened.
What a fucked up day.
Do I
Yeah.
have enough to get up? Because I was closer to the window.
Unfortunately, your movement is used up because you were trying not to fall and kept tripping over everybody, which uses up your. So, unfortunately, you have no movement left. Again, if you were successful, it probably only would have used 5 feet of movement. But the DC keeps getting higher and higher every time something like this happens. Unfortunately, you rolled a 10. So yeah, so that's your turn. Fortunately.
Okay.
Right. Are the creatures? Rowan, you can kind of see. Back. Going to attack. Yeah, he runs up, tries to, snaps at the individual. Um, the guy kind of ducks out of the way. Creature misses him. Not get his. All right. And that's the creature's that creature. Nina, Galen, and Squall. You feel another boom underneath the ground. This time, well, actually, Squall, you don't feel it, but you see both Jarena and Galen just kind of like, oh, I need Jarena and Galen to make dexterity saving throw. Both Galen and Galen, what'd you get?
19.
Jarena?
11.
11. Okay, so Galen, you're able to kind of like keep on your feet, no issues. Jarina, you get knocked prone from the impact. Um, the hole doesn't seem to get bigger. And Jarina, now that you're on the ground, you have a very close-up view of this hole. Doesn't seem to be getting any bigger. But you definitely felt that impact because it just knocked you off your feet. Um, okay. Wall, it's now your turn. What would you like to do?
Uh, so okay. Um, I going to climb out the window.
Okay. So because you're levitating, easy enough. You just pull yourself out the window. You see this tangle of individuals in the corner here, and Rowan just kind of like watching from the bushes behind, like with this confused look on her face, like what the fuck is happening? Um, but you pull yourself out the window, and which way are you gonna go?
Can I? I just want to like hover above that mess and like
Okay.
just mockingly look like lay down in like hover position or and just ask everybody what they're doing down there.
All right. So hold on a second.
Yeah. So
Yeah, so you just kind of like pull yourself slightly out of the window. You're just kind of hovering above everybody. Um, like, what's going on? What's happening? Because you're levitating, this like none of this affects you. Like
right.
you don't have you just it's literally like if a helium balloon pulled itself out of a window.
Yeah.
So yeah, so that's your movement.
I'm still. Oh yeah. I also want to ask if we're still being stealthy.
He asks in a snarky way.
Yeah.
Um, okay. All right, so that's Squall's turn. Jarina, what do you want to do? Can't hear you.
Oh, I was pressing the wrong alt button. Sorry. So I'm gonna get up.
Okay, so that's half your movement.
And I'm gonna shout to Galen, "Go out the window. I'll be right behind you." And then I am going to uh cast. Hold, please. Sorry. Um, Here it is. Uh, I'm gonna cast Sanctuary on myself.
Okay. We're concentrating and
Sanctuary isn't concentrating on mine.
oh, that's done.
Since that is my bonus action, I'm gonna still hold my action with the command.
Okay, no worries.
What you doing, Jarina?
Go out the window. I'll be there too.
Can't really.
Okay, so it is now one in front. Him. That is going. Okay, that hits. Nine. Takes two swings, hits it, damages it. Creature. Um, shift that way. Shot with his crossbow at the creature. Completely just whizzes by the creature's head. Up. Behind there. Just if you can see the other side yet. And so that's Rowan, it is now your turn. What would you like to do?
I would like to cast Entangle on thugs.
Okay, you would actually, to get a clear line of sight, you would actually have to leave the cover that you're in. Get a clear line of sight of, because you can only see. You are blocked by the tree. You're blocked by the heavy bushes that you.
Okay, I'd like to tiptoe out of my cover and cast it.
Okay. So
I don't want to get closer to them. I just want to be able to see them.
it takes you outside of the cover. So that is 20 feet of your movement.
I know.
So you have 10 feet left. Now that you are there, you actually see a little more of what's happening. See. Um, all right. So, yeah, you can see now at least 4 more of these individuals, and it seems like they are engaged with another one of these creatures. Um, so
Are they all in the same general area?
they are a bit spread out.
All right. Well, I'd like to center the spell in the middle of that mass of them, so that as much as I can get,
What's the
I will
range?
cast.
What's the range of
My
entanglement?
range of entanglement is 90 feet. The radius where the creatures become entangled is 20 feet.
Okay, so from where you're at, so where do you want it to try and get the most of them?
Like right in the middle of their group there.
Yeah, if you do it right in the center here, you will get not only the 2 creatures, but uh, 3 of the individuals.
I'm aiming more for the thugs than for the creatures.
Yeah, even if you move it one way or the other, you only wind up getting. Actually, no.
All right.
You can get 4 of them. Get 4.
All
Of them.
right. As much as I can.
Okay. So what is the DC that they have to roll?
14.
14 strength.
Correct.
So let's go one at a time. Let's start with the thugs. So we'll start with him. Let's success on the first thug. Success on the second thug. Failure on the third thug. Success on the fourth thug. The bugs. The first bug success. Second bug, failure with a nat 1. Okay, so how it all pans out. This thug is entangled. This bug is entangled. Everyone else made their saves, so they kind of broke free of the entanglement. However, that still doesn't preclude that this whole area is now considered difficult terrain. Everyone within it. And that, your turn, Rowan. You actually do have about 10 feet of movement left. You can get back inside of the cover if you want, but you can just get in, just.
Am I next to all of my friends in the little sand pit?
You actually are not. You are kind of like right outside of the area that they are in.
Okay, so I can't even help them up to their feet.
Not as of yet.
Great. I'll go back undercover.
Back. Cover. No worries. All right.
And I'll get some popcorn and watch what happens between the bugs and the dudes.
Okay. All right. So is sanctuary to another color. Not to confuse that she isn't. All right. So Rowan's turn. It is now Cerberus and Sara's turn. What would you like to do?
Well, first, I'd like to get up.
Okay. So you use half your movement to get up.
And I tell everybody, I said, don't you think we should go?
All right. And what next?
I tell Cerberus to find cover and follow us when the coast is clear.
Make an animal handling check at disadvantage because Cerberus is getting very, very antsy. She's whining a lot. You're trying to convey a very difficult message to her in a tense moment.
10.
She just looks at you and just keeps whining, and but doesn't make a move. Doesn't make a
All right. I have half my movement left, correct?
yes.
I put my hand on her and start to move towards the back of the house.
So back here again, just so you know, there's a lot of heavy, thick bushes, and you are currently being blocked by Leah, and so you can climb over them if you want, but technically they would be considered
Obstacles.
difficult terrain.
I will stay where I'm at for
But
now.
you can still climb over them. It's just gonna you don't have a lot of movement left to do it.
Mm-hmm.
Your friends are difficult terrain. Okay.
Yes.
All right. You don't want to do an action or anything like that?
No, everything I have is offensive, and I don't want to bring attention to us.
Gotcha. Okay. Phoebe, it is now your turn.
I am going to get up,
Right,
and I'm gonna follow Sora.
I'm gonna move this tree just so you can see yourself. I hate to say it this way, it's funnier this way. All right, so you stand up, half your movement. Now, what would you like to do?
I am going to follow Sora.
Well, Sora's not moving.
Well, I'm gonna go towards the back of the house to try and
You already
not draw attention to myself.
you're already at the back of the house. There's like a lot of
Oh.
bramble and thickets, trees and bushes right behind you.
Alright, I'm gonna hide in the bushes. My bow at the ready just in case we get spotted.
Okay. So you can only make it one square, two squares into it before, because it's all difficult terrain. I need you to make a dexterity saving throw for me.
Yay. (14 plus 5) 19.
19? Okay. So you can see as you move into these bushes and thickets, there are a lot of like thorns and jagged edges that start to kind of catch your clothes. And thankfully, they don't pierce your skin. You can feel them starting to scratch on your, possibly some damage. Okay. So that's Phoebe's turn. Galen, it is now your turn.
I look out the window again. Do I see any space for me to actually get out of this window?
There is now slightly more space for you to get out of this one.
Is this still technically difficult terrain?
You don't know. One way to find out.
I can't hold my movement, can I? No. Yeah. I think I'm gonna move closer to the corner of the house. I'm not gonna leave just yet, because there's still too many people on the floor.
Okay.
And I'm gonna wait until they get up and then I'll get out.
Right, you're still in the window area, but more towards the corner.
Karina, either we leave or you do what you're gonna do.
Right. That's Galen's turn. Leah, your turn.
I'm gonna stand up.
Okay, you stand up.
Stand up for your rights.
All right, so that's half your movement.
Get up, stand up.
Is anything still on the ground
Don't
around
give
me?
up the fight.
You are all currently standing in kind of a sinkhole at the moment. It's not very deep. Dirt is very, very loose and kind of sink a little bit every time you walk in it, but that's pretty much what you're.
Okay, because it looks a little blurry. I can't tell if there's somebody on the floor next to me.
No, there's nobody in the. So right here, you have Squall is just floating above you, right, like right here.
Oh, okay. Okay. I'm gonna move towards the bush to hide behind it to get some cover.
Okay, so you push through. It is difficult terrain. That's as far as you can get.
Do I still have any kind of idea what's going on? Because I can kind of see.
You can kind of see now. You definitely see. There's absolutely a fight going on with these individuals, and that's pretty much like all you can see in this quick moment.
Okay.
Okay.
And I want to make sure I have eyes on Rowan. I have eyes on Squall. We can see Sora and Phoebe, Cerberus, Jarena and Galen are still in the house.
Right.
Okay, so I just want to have an assessment of my surroundings.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. And you can still feel the little mouse in your pouch. Just.
Okay.
All right. So with that, it is now the creature's turn. Let's see what happens now. Galen and Jarena, you feel another boom on the ground. Both of you, I need both of you to make dexterity saving throws for me, please. Rena, what'd you get?
Nat 20 plus 1.
Okay. Yeah, you were able to stay on your feet, no problems. Galen?
14.
14? Yeah. Stay on your feet. You're a little wobbly, but you don't fall over. Good. Jarina, you're like focusing on that hole. The hole does not seem to be getting any bigger at this moment. Um, but definitely you can start to see cracks in the stone floor that possibly weren't there previously. Um, all right. Sora, Cerberus. Yeah, Sora. I need you and Cerberus to make dexterity saving throws for me, please. Add a +2 for Cerberus.
Yeah, she rolled an 18.
Okay. And what about you?
I also rolled an 18.
Nice.
Woohoo!
All right. So, you both start to feel the ground underneath you on the sinkhole start to shift. And before the dirt just falls away from the bottom of your feet, both of you are able to jump forward away from the hole, where bursting forth another one of these creatures.
We're so fucked.
And now it's just like it just chittering, just comes forth, comes out of it. Let's see. I need you, Sora, to make another dexterity saving throw for me, please.
Yeah, that one.
Okay, so I just have to roll. Hold on, I have to roll dexterity saving throws for thugs and the other creature. Yes. Okay, so Sora, you take 8 acid damage as a line of spit just shoots out straight from its mouth. It also hits the thug behind. Only takes 4 of the acid damage because he's saving throw. Other creature, however, uh, failed its saving throw. Full amount. Um, and then it is going to make a bite attack uh, at you also, Sora. That is a 15. Does that hit you?
Yeah, it's. Mm-hmm.
So you take take 11 slashing damage as its mandibles just clasp on your back, and you take an additional 4 acid damage from the bite.
I'm so far down. It's not even funny.
Are you still up?
No, I'm down.
Oh, you're
I'm
unconscious. Okay. Yeah.
yeah.
So you.
Well, that first hit brought me to 6, and then the additional 14 went way past my 0 count.
Well, what's your total? What are your total hit points?
My total at the time was 14.
No, no. Fully healed. What are your total hit points?
17.
You're fine. Almost permadeath. Okay.
I didn't even do anything this time, damn it!
Damn.
You suck at staying alive.
All right, so you watch as the creature bursts forth from the sinkhole, sprays acid, and then just goes and tries to grab her, uh, bites into her back, and as it releases, she just falls to the ground. Sora falls to the ground unconscious. That creature is going to attack that thug. That is, yeah, he definitely hits with that. So that thug is going to take 7 slashing damage and 4 acid. Yeah, that thug is like, ah, he's just screaming. That creature, it's going to try and break out from its entanglement. You said it's a 14 DC run on the entanglement strength.
Correct.
It succeeds in breaking out of the entanglement. But that is its action. That's all it can do. All right. Now, Paul's turn. You see this creature burst out Squall. It attacks Sora, spits some acid. Sora goes down on the ground. Cerberus is now barking and growling at this creature. What would you like to do?
I'm no healer, so I'm gonna do what I do best and whip out my swords and go for an attack.
Okay, you're still levitating.
Yeah.
So as a bonus action, you can go up and down 20 feet, but just up and down. Or you can pull yourself along the side of the building. It's up to you.
I'm gonna pull myself along the side of the building.
Okay.
And then, yeah.
That's your movement.
Yeah. And then I'm gonna attack. I'm gonna swipe at it and hopefully in momentum also catch it with my offhand.
Okay, give it a shot.
All right, so let's go for the first attack here. Oops, where the heck is my... This is a different window. Why? There it is. It is this guy. Does a 20 hit? Not natural?
20 does hit.
Yeah. Okay, we're gonna go for a total of 7 damage.
Takes that hit.
And then on my offhand attack, does a 16 hit?
16 does hit.
And that's gonna be more damage. And 8 damage.
Yeah, so you slice into basically into the side of the head of this creature, and it's like, and turns its attention on you now, as you are now doing damage to it in attack. That's all. But so yeah, so those are your attacks. That's some of your movement. Anything else?
No, yeah, the offhand attack technically is a bonus action, so that's all my things.
Righty. So next up is Jarina. Jarina, what would you like to do?
I am going to yell at Maya, Maya, get your ass up the chimney! Escape! And then I'm going to move towards the window.
Okay. Towards the window. And yeah, you see Squall floating in the air, attacking this creature. Sora on the ground, Cerberus growling. That's what you see.
I look at this insect creature and using my command, I say flee.
Okay, so you use the command on the creature.
It's a wisdom saving throw of 12. They gotta beat.
Um, while your holy symbol glows and your voice seems to echo with the command word, uh, doesn't seem to have any effect on the. Get the impression that a creature needs to understand language that it's told. And probably a good chance that this is just a creature and not a sentient. So, what else would you? Anything else you want to do? You still have some movement.
Muted.
You're muted. I can't hear you.
As a bonus action, I'm gonna cast Spare the Dying on Sora.
Yeah, you can absolutely. So, Sora, you're stabilized. You don't have to make any death saving throws.
That's it.
Okie dokie. All right, it is now the thug's turn. First thing that's going to happen, this thug is going to try and break out of the vines that are wrapped all over him. He succeeds.
Ah.
And he moving through a slow, actually. And he is going to try to attack. He's flanked with his ally, so he gets advantage to try and attack that creature. Hits. Sure. For the first attack. This is with the second attack. And does 5. You can see that like some of its arms have been hacked off, but it's still up and still trying to attack the thug in front of it. The thug in front of it is now going to attack. Now. Hits with the first attack. Hits with the second attack. So he's going to do. Together from the 2 hits. Creature does not look well, but is still up. Now you all hear like they're trying to get away. Get him! Get him! One of the thugs runs over. Has saw Sora and Cerberus, turns the corner and sees the large creature. Goes, "Oh fuck!" And he's actually going to shoot at the large creature. Hits with his heavy crossbow. Hits that creature for. Wow, 10 damage. These thugs really hate these creatures. This guy shoot that creature. Misses. Actually, no, just hits. And he. Oh. That thug is gonna. That creature. Damage. attacks. Misses both attacks. Two. That way, start moving up. And then that's their turn. Now, Rowan's turn. Rowan, what would you like to do?
I don't know. Can I reach the creature that came out of the sand pit from where I am?
If you're trying to reach him with a melee hit, no, you would actually have to walk up to him.
Okay.
And you probably have to walk over Sora to do.
Hmm. I'm gonna run over to Sora and cast Cure Wounds on her.
Okay. So you cast Cure Wounds on her. How much do you heal her for?
Can you move your mic a little bit away from your nose? I can hear you breathing, Ma.
Heavy breather prank caller again. Okay, Darth Vader.
I will remind everybody that that's why I asked for push to talk.
Am I not on push to talk?
You are not on push.
I have it set up for that.
Well, it wasn't working.
If it's on voice activity, then no, it's not push to talk. You actually have to press a button to speak through the mic.
That's what I've been fucking doing.
Then your mic probably hates you because we can hear you.
Either that or you had your finger on that button that whole time.
How much did you heal her for, Rowan?
$12.
All right, Sora, you come to consciousness. You have 12 hit points, but you are still prone. Rowan, so you healed her. Are you going to do anything else?
I'm gonna try to pull her back into the cover with me.
Okay. So that'll be cover is difficult terrain, and moving anybody else is also half your move. So you can pull her 15. You can pull her. Yeah, you can pull her like right into the cover with you. But that's about it. But
How many?
she's still prone.
Come on, Schmendrick. Come on, Schmendrick.
All right.
How many hit points did you heal, Sora?
That was 12. All right. So that is Rowan's turn. Sora, it's now your turn. So it's your and Cerberus's turn. You are now conscious, but you're still on the ground after Rowan pulled you in.
I am going to crawl further into the bushes
Okay.
and try and get.
Still prone.
Yes.
Okay.
And I'm going to attempt to get Spot to follow me.
Make an animal handling check for me, please.
Nat 20.
Okay. She starts to move over. The creature is going to take an attack of opportunity on her. 16.
Don't know what her armor class is.
Oh, it is. I'm sorry. Armor class is 14. So she takes. Oh, God. Takes 14 slashing damage and 6 acid damage. Her total hit points are 37.
Okay, so 14 and 6, so that's 20.
So she gets hit, and you hear, but she continues to run and makes it behind into the heavy cover bushes with. You're still prone. You just kind of like low crawled your way through the bush, through past Rowan, to try and get in here. Leah, you can see, is now getting packed behind.
You said her total HP is 35, right?
37.
Okay, thank you.
That's your turn, Sora. And actually, what we're going to do, because we'll be coming back to the top of the round, is we are going to take a break. Because this has been a pretty intense battle. There's still more of it to come. And we need to take a break, stretch our legs, do all that good stuff. So thank you so much for watching this very intense fight centric game so far. We'll see what our hijinks and shenanigans loving heroes do when we come back from the break. So we will be back. And welcome back, everybody. Let's get back into this fight.
Welcome to hell.
All right,
It's
so
nice to meet you all.
alrighty, so we left off at the top of the round. Um, we almost had a close call with Sora there, but thanks to Rowan, uh, Sora is now healed up and not on death's door anymore. Both Soren, both Rowan
She's very grateful, by the way.
and Jarina were able to make sure that Sora did not meet her end, which is good. But we have a bit of a sticky wicket, I guess you would call it, as we continue this fight of thugs and bugs. I think that's what I'm gonna call this particular episode. All right. So Phoebe, it is now your turn. You are currently in the thick brambles and bushes the uh, behind the actual cottage. You can just barely see what's going on, um, but you started to make your way backwards into this thicket. What would
Can
you
you
like
point-
to do?
Can you point me out so I can see on the map?
Yeah, you are currently here.
Okay.
I moved all of the things so you can see yourself, but essentially there are very thick, high brush and brambles and trees all back here, and then moving this way is just more of the same.
And the insectoid is just around the corner
It is
to my left?
right in front of you, right here,
Okay.
currently being attacked by Squall as he levitates in the air above it. And then the rest of your party is very, very clusterfucked behind this bramble here. So lessons are not being learned here, and
Clearly.
everybody's bunching up in a different area, but currently over here, and you really don't see much of what's going on in this area. But you have not yet seen Jarena or Galen emerge from.
Okay. I'm gonna help Squall out because these insectoids are horrible.
So
I'm going.
you want to move out of the brush so you can get a
I'm
clear
gonna.
view of what's for attack.
Yes. I have my bow drawn.
Okay.
What's
Attack.
that? Okay. Okay. I rolled a 10, and my hit is +9, so 19.
19 hits. Go for damage.
Okie dokie, let me just take out my dice. D8. 5. Rolled a 5. +5, 10 damage.
And damage. Okay. You shoot your arrow, and it shoots and pierces right into the back of its of hide. You can see like it's almost like flesh thick exoskeleton. Get the arrow in between some of the plates, and it's just like just starts making this horrible noise. This kind of like purplish black liquid is just kind of pouring out of the wound. It looks like it stumbles slightly, but still is standing. It looks like it's barely standing. It's on its last legs, but still up.
Okay. How much more of my movement do I have left?
You have 20 more feet.
I'm gonna move back into the brush.
Okay. Back into the brush. Make a dexterity saving. Make a dexterity saving throw for me, please.
Okay, I just want to stay inconspicuous. Woo! Okay, not 20 plus 5, 25.
Okay, you managed not to get all of these barbs piercing into your skin. They're still scratching you up a little bit, kind of tearing at your clothes, but they're not piercing your skin.
Yay, I look like a hobo.
Okay. All right, so that is your turn, Phoebe. Galen, you are up.
Huh.
Yep, that is a term. What you doing? What you doing? Come on, man.
If I get out the window, will I be in attack range of the creature?
Possibly.
Hmm.
It seems terribly distracted by the floating personage of Squall just hacking at its head.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just gonna go out the window.
Okay,
And
make an acrobatics check for me, please.
$26.
26. You dive through the window, hands out in front of you. You do a quick roll, up on your feet, you are directly behind the creature in striking distance, only using 5 feet of your movement. Anyone who saw it, they would be like, "That's cool." What you doing, man? Go ahead, go ahead.
All right. I'm just gonna go into the brush behind the house. I'm just gonna go behind the house. That's pretty much it.
Okay. Run by. It cannot make a reaction towards you because it actually already made one at Cerberus. Jump into the brush. Make a dexterity saving throw for me, please.
That would be a 10.
You take 2 piercing damage from the thorns in this brush. Actually, now it's like tearing at your clothes and piercing your skin, scratching you up, digging into your flesh. Phoebe, you watch as uh, Galen just comes barreling through the bush, runs into it, and he's like, just bleeding a little bit on arms as he's getting cut up, and he kind of sees you at the same time.
I just stare and shake my head.
Alrighty, that's Galen's turn. Leah, it is now your turn. What would you like to do?
I would like to peer over the bush and shoot the insect that's engaged with Squall with my crossbow.
Okay, you the hedge is pretty high. It's about 5 to 6 feet high. So you would actually, in order to get a clear shot or view of what's going on, you'd actually have to move through.
Would I be able to move back?
Yeah, you should be able to. It'll be 5, 10, 15 to come out, and then it would be 5, 10, 15. So that would be to pop in and pop out would be.
Okay, let's do that.
So pop out, and you see Squall hacking at its head. That's currently what you see.
And can I shoot it with my crossbow?
Yes, you can.
Will I get the sneak attack bonus because he's engaged?
Absolutely, you will. Squall right now is the very definition of engaged with an.
Does a 9 hit?
You shoot it, your bolt hits the exoskeleton and bounces off.
I'd like to retreat behind my bush, please.
Yeah, and you pop right behind it. You have a bonus action. You could use it to stealth if you like, because as a rogue you have that ability.
I'd like to do that, please.
All right, roll a stealth check for me, please.
Also a 9.
You feel very well hidden. Right. Now the creature's turn. So, being the most direct thing attacking it at the moment, it is going to go after you, Squall. That is going to be 14 to hit.
Nope.
Completely misses. We're going to roll to see if it gets its acid spray back. Kidding me? Stop rolling. It does not get its acid spray. That D6 went on a journey. Wish you all could have seen that, because it just kept spinning and spinning and spinning and would not actually stop. Yeah, it does not get its acid spray back. Goes to attack you, bite you with its mandibles, completely missing. And you're just like, oh, I can't really move, so that's good. Um, the other one is going to attempt to attack that thug there. Um, and not. Goes for the bite, completely misses. Its acid spray recharges. It does not recharge. The one on the further side is going to do the same. Let's see if it charges. Does not. We'll try to attack that thug. And does miss him. So none of the creatures are successful. Jarina, you do not feel any more pounding around on the floor. Get the impression that it was probably unsuccessful in its attempt to break through, but then heard and felt some other creatures on the hole that it originally made and came out and attacked them. All right, so that's their turn. Squall. It is now your turn.
I'm gonna keep swinging.
Go for it.
First one. Oh no, 10.
10. You go to hit. You hit it on the exoskeleton on its head, and it just bounces off. Does not cut through. No damage.
I am going to action search. Wait, yes. I think I can. Let me see if I have that. I might be looking at that.
Yeah, I don't think you've used it.
Oh, I have used it. Okay, no, I didn't rest up for it. Okay,
Okay.
I was looking at. So I'm not going to do that. So I'm going to make an attempt on my offhand.
Okay, go for it.
Oh, 9.
9. Another swing hits the exoskeleton. Just does not cut through. Very, very tough hide on these creatures. All right, that is your
Yep.
turn.
That's it.
And it's looking really, really rough. Like it's wobbling to the side. It seems like it's having a hard time standing on its own. Occasionally, it does drop somewhat and then pick itself back up. Jarina, it's now your turn.
Yes.
You see all of this going on outside. You don't see Squall because he's floating upwards, but you occasionally see a flash of his swords coming down and trying to hit this creature.
Okay, I am going to jump out the window and hit the creature with my staff.
Okay, make a dexterity check for me.
How many hit points did Squall hit it?
Oh, he didn't hit it this turn. At all. Sorry, Squall.
You said dexterity
Yeah.
saving throw?
No, check. Just a straight check. So D20 plus your dexterity modifier.
Just a reminder, is it at disadvantage with exhaustion level 1?
Yes, it is. And actually, thank you for bringing it up because it reminds me, it won't be a dexterity check. It'll be acrobatics. And
At disadvantage.
And it still would be a disadvantage.
11.
11. Okay, make an attack.
It almost rolled on the 18, but it landed on the 4, so 8 doesn't hit.
8. Okay, so Jarina, you dive out of the window in front of this creature. While doing so, you swing at it with your staff. It hits the outer carapace of the creature in the front, and it just hits it so hard, but it doesn't seem to have an effect. And unfortunately, as you do this, you wind up prone on the ground in front of it. Uh, but it looked super cool, like a John Woo movie. Like you just dove through and hit it with your staff, and if it would have connected, it would have been awesome. But unfortunately,
Okay, as my bonus action, I'm going to harness divine power to give myself another level 1 slot.
okay. You actually have half your movement left. Because you were right by the window when you jumped. So if you want to stand
Oh,
up, you can still stand up.
okay, I want to stand up, and as I'm standing up, I want to harness my divine power
Okay.
to
And
regain 1 expended level 1 spell slot.
okay, you do so. So all of a sudden, you start to your holy symbol starts to glow. You feel like you cast an extra. All right, it is now the thugs' turn. Yay, thugs! Um. All right, so that thug, not looking too hot, is still going to attack the creature in front of it. He has advantage because his comrade is flanking. Somehow does not hit on the first hit. Completely misses on the second hit. Just you can watch him as he's trying to hack into this creature, and the sword is just not getting through the exoskeleton. The thug behind that creature is going to go, makes the first attack, makes the second attack. So he hits the creature for ooh wow, that's a big 4 6 damage on that creature. Roll double ones on that. But seems to be enough damage that as he slices into the carapace of this creature, you just hear, and then it just falls heavy into the ground, dead. Um, this thug sees Jarena jump out of the window, try to do this. Um, he's actually going to try and shoot Jarena. And Jarena, you hear as you stand up, you hear this crossbow bolt just whiz by your head. You turn around and see this guy just standing there with this heavy crossbow, shooting it. That guy is going to attack the other thug. I have it. Miss. Another miss. All right, so he also is just trying to hack through his. This one is still trying to make his way through all of the entanglement, all the vines Owen has summoned. Yeah. This one is running around everything. Choice, but that's all. Yeah, that's all the thugs can go. That's all they can do at the moment. All right. But they are closing in on your positions. Rowan, it is now your turn.
Rowan's gonna peek out of the brush.
Okay.
She sees these guys closing in,
Mhm.
and she's gonna cast Entangle one more time in the center of all that.
Okie dokie. You want again? You want to just try and get as many of them as.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can get. 4, 5, 6. You get 6 of them, and other large insect creature that cat. All right, so here we go with a whole bunch of rolls. Let's see. So,
Good times.
all right, first guy, and it's a DC 12 strength, right? Saving throw. What was that? I can't hear you.
She said 14.
14. Okay. First guy. Failure. Second. Failure. Third guy. Success. Fourth guy. Failure. Fifth guy. Failure. Sixth guy. Success. And the bug. Nat 1. Failure. Alright, so 2 succeeded, everyone else failed. So, I think I have enough of these things to go around. Alright, so failure. Failure. Success. Failure. I don't have any more greens. So, success, failure. Okay, so actually, I also failed. All right, so yeah, the original entanglement spell that you originally cast. Watch the vines just just descend back into the ground, and then immediately just burst forth from the ground in a new radius, and now all of new radius for the covered everywhere in vine. Still considered difficult terrain, and those who have been entangled will have to take an action to try to get. That was a great entanglement. Alrighty. That's Rowan's turn. Rowan, do you want to do anything else?
No, I don't think so. I think I'm gonna just where is the thug that is fighting the bug?
That is over here.
No, wasn't there one fighting the bug that was outside the window here?
Oh yeah, this one was shooting at it over here. He was shooting at it here. Is now entangled.
Okay, I thought he was in melee.
No,
Never mind.
No, he was shooting at it with a crossbow.
Okay. All right. I'm good.
Okay. All right. It is now Sora and Cerberus' turn. Sora, you are still prone because you didn't get up from the last time. You were behind here with Cerberus.
I am going to get up,
Already.
peek over the hedge.
Well, you'd have to actually go through the hedge. It's about 5 to 6 feet tall. You don't have a clear view of it, but you have to break through it. Going on and go back if you just like
How much? All right. So is that a tree next to me?
this right here?
Yeah.
Yes, that is a tree.
All right. Can I go behind the tree trunk and then take a look out?
The tree is covered in like I don't have enough to show you, but essentially the trees are behind these. So you would still, even if you made it to the tree, you still have to break through some hedges to actually see what was going on and actually do.
Great. There's blah, 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 blah. Squall is still fighting that bug, yeah?
As far as you know, you can't see it.
Okay.
That's how thick these hedges are.
I'm gonna attempt to struggle my way just enough for me to at least see the bug, if it's still there.
Okay. So that'll be get into the brush, and you're starting to pull the everything to the side. You're like in the middle of it. Um, you can see the bug.
I'm going to cast magic missile.
Okay. So you just a regular. At what level? Are you casting it?
Hold on.
Level 2.
I don't have my spells up. Hold on. Level 1.
Okay, that's 3 darts. So just roll the first dart.
That would be 4.
4. The first dart shoots at it, breaks and bursts through the exoskeleton, and you watch as it goes and just falls to the ground dead.
Full beans.
You still have 2 more darts. What do you want to do with them?
I am going to look for the nearest thug.
Oh, you can
and...
see. Yeah, you can see from where you are. You can see this guy right here. He's the one that's shooting at Jarena.
Okay, so 1 hits for 4 and 1 hits for 5.
9 damage. The 2 darts hit him. And he's like, ugh. He's just kind of like staring down at himself and just looking up. Was not expecting that. You want to move back?
No. I'm gonna leave Cerberus where she is. Do I have any more movement?
Yeah, you have movement. You have movement. You have 20. You about 20 more feet.
Well, I'm asking because I was prone.
Oh, that's right. That's right. No, you have no more movement.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm gonna stay, I guess, in the shrubbery.
Okay.
The shrubbery.
Ah, shrubbery. All right. So that is your turn, Sora. Phoebe, it's now your turn. You are in the tangles behind behind the house, the cottage, with Galen. What would you like to do?
I don't see any of the insectoids, so I am going to hold my action until I see if we're in imminent danger, like one of the thugs comes towards us.
Okay. Everybody make a perception check for me. All right. Rena, what'd you get?
At disadvantage, my perception check was at 13.
Galen.
I didn't roll for disadvantage. Hold on. Okay, 16.
Okay. Phoebe.
Okay, I'm not muted. All right. I got 16 plus the plus 3 perception, so 19.
Actually, Squall, you wouldn't feel this. Actually, no. Squall, what'd you get? Did you roll perception?
7.
7. Yeah, you don't see shit. You then. He's just like, I'm just floating. This thing is dead. All right, job done.
Mm-hmm.
Rowan, what'd you get? What'd you get, Rowan?
She got a 12.
12. Okay. Leah, what'd you get?
15.
Um, Sora, what did you get?
15 as well.
All right, everyone except Squall. You all start to feel vibrations under your feet. Sora, as this is happening and you start looking around, turn around and realize you and Rowan and Cerberus and Leah, you begin to realize this too, are in between not just the bushes, directly behind you, the large dirt mound. And you can see small pebbles and rocks starting to fall from the.
I would like to run away.
It's not your turn yet. So, all right. So Phoebe,
Yes.
so you're gonna stay where you're at.
Can you point to me where the mound is? Because I don't know if I can see it. Right there. Okay. That's a thing.
Yes, Sora.
I am going to start running.
Which way?
That's a good question.
Further this way. Like going.
Are there any mounds that I can see, or
You don't see any mounds. You just see lots of thick bramble and bush. You don't see any more dirt.
all right? I'm going to run in that direction, but before I do, I'm going to shout, "This is our only chance! Let's go!" And I go.
Okay. So you're gonna full dash. You're gonna use all your movement and then an action to dash, to run. Is that what you're gonna do?
Yeah.
Okay. So that's gonna be 60 feet. I need you to make a dexterity saving throw for me.
Yeah, because I'm running through the thickets. All right.
It's a shrubbery.
I don't care. It's a foliage. All right. You said Dex, right?
Dexterity saving
All
throw.
right. 20 nat.
Okay, you don't take any damage. You're able to run through the thickets. You're still getting scratched up, and your clothes are still getting a little torn. But it is not. They're not actually piercing your. Or. All right. So Phoebe is off the map. Galen, it is now your turn. What are you doing?
I wipe off the some of the shrubbery stuck to my skin, and I slowly continue through the brush.
Okay, you slowly at your full movement.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm being careful going through the brush now and not like jumping in head first.
Okay, I still need you to make a dexterity saving throw.
Nat 1. I'm just stuck in the shrubbery.
No, well, you're not stuck in the shrubbery, but almost everyone that you run through is just ripping into your skin, and you take 4 slashing damage.
I hate these bugs.
Okay, that's Galen's turn. Leah, it's your turn.
I'm not gonna die to an enemy. I'm just gonna die to bushes.
What are you doing, Leah?
I'm jumping over the bush.
Which way are you going? Are you following the way that they went, or are you going over the bush?
So what I can see is that Squall is still stuck to the side of the cottage, and there's something in front of it.
Okay, so you see, well, you would actually have to go through to see what's going on. So do you do that?
Well, no, I mean like what I can see on my side, so I don't know where the other guys went because it's off the screen.
Yeah.
But what is the thing next to Squall?
Oh, that's Jarina.
Oh, okay.
I'm the
Does it
thing.
seem like... Well, I'm gonna jump over the bush first of all.
All right, so that's 15 feet of your move.
Is there anything close by to fight?
No, you can just barely make out one of the thugs over here. Still feel the vibrations under your feet. But you don't see. You can see a corpse of one of the dead bugs, like squall.
Okay. And then we have over the bush is Cerberus. Is
Yeah,
that Rowan?
Cerberus, and Rowan. Cerberus and Sora and Rowan.
So who ran away? Phoebe and Galen?
Phoebe and Galen went behind you through bushes and thicket.
Okay, I'm gonna get a little bit closer to Squall and Jarina and take a shot at that guy that's engaged with the cockroach.
Well, he's no longer engaged. There's a dead corpse in front of him. Well,
Are there? I'll take a shot at him
okay.
with the crossbow.
All right. So you're gonna need to get closer. And now you can take the shot. And your mic is a little low. I don't know if that's
I gotta put it closer. I'm sorry.
okay. No worries.
18 to hit.
18 definitely hits. Roll for damage.
It says 6 damage, but the dice on the screen looks like it's on its side.
Well, if it says 6, then it's
That's
6.
crazy.
Yeah. All right. So 6 damage. All right. Yeah.
Yeah.
You shoot him for 6 damage. It's not a happy camper. He's still up. He looks like he's taken some damage from the creature before it was killed, so he's not looking very happy. Righty. Okay, so that's your turn. It's now the creature's turn. This creature over here is going to attack that thug. Hits him. Hits him for.
DM, isn't he entangled?
Yeah, but they're already in melee. Those two have been in melee since the battle practically started.
Okay.
So he does hit him. Ooh, for wow, 11 slashing damage and 1 acid damage. Gonna see if he has. Oh, and that thug has to make a. Fails. That thug is now grappled in the mandibles of that creature. And that creature's gonna be a dick. See if his acid spray comes. Acid spray does not come back. He's not gonna be much. All right. All of a sudden, I don't know what that sound was, but that was piercing and damaging to my earlobes. All of a sudden, Jarina, directly behind you, that rumbling that you heard by your feet grows louder. It feels louder, and then bursting out of the ground behind you, another one of these. And it does get. It's not entangled, but it is in the entanglement as it comes in. It does not have to make a saving throw, but it is just now in this thing, and it seems to be more focused on the thugs than all of you. Jarina, I'm gonna need you to make a dexterity saving throw to see if you are knocked prone from the explosion of earth directly behind.
At disadvantage, I got 8.
Right, you are knocked prone. Oh, your sanctuary has.
It's a minute.
Yeah, but when you try to you attack something, it dispels.
You're right. You're right.
You are knocked prone. Okay. All also hear some kind of explosion of earth from behind you. Another one of these creatures comes out. They used all of their movement and action to get up to this point. That's all they can do at this point. Um, Now it's Squall's turn. Squall, what would you like to do?
In that mess of things, where am I exactly? I can't.
You are right
Still in
here.
the same.
Yep.
Okay.
You
And
can.
that.
I mean, you can drop your. You can kind of levitate down, almost like a as a bonus action. You can levitate down to the ground. Otherwise, you're kind of like stuck up there. What would you like to do?
Can I? I'd like to just deactivate it by now.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you drop it. Um, Drop to the ground. Take. You take two bludgeoning damage from the fall. You're not knocked prone or anything. Just kind of drop to your foot. Kind of like it's hard on the knees, as you would probably expect. But you are now on the ground.
Okay. I'd like to move towards the nearest bug and start swiping because that's what I'm good at.
It's so. All right. So I'm gonna say this. Running away is totally an option.
Sure.
You need to weigh those options.
Uh-huh.
Two of your party are off of the map.
Right.
This creature is pretty far from you
Okay.
and is in the tangle of at least 4 of these thugs who have been making their way to all of you. And then another one of these creatures, which you saw very clearly, Squall, burst out from up here.
Okay.
So, based on that information,
Okay.
what would you like to do?
I guess I'll disengage.
So,
and just
all right. So, are you
run
gonna follow? Are you gonna
away.
follow your teammates this way?
Yeah, I guess so.
Okay. So,
Yeah. I mean,
I need you to make a dexterity saving throw for me, please.
oh, that's easy. 11?
11. You take
Ow.
one slashing damage from the
All right.
from the bramble and thorns kind of ripping. Leah, you watched Squall fall from his levitation pot, just run by you. Says, "I'm getting the fuck out of here," and just run in the direction that Galen and Phoebe, and just disappear into these brambles behind.
Okay.
Okay. So that's Squall's turn. Jarena, what would you like to do?
I would like to get up
Half your movement.
and I want to get the fuck out of there.
Okay. So 5, 10, 15. You can use your action to dash for your full movement, like.
Question. To do the telepathy with Maya, does that cost an action or a bonus action?
Um, it depends on what you want to do. What are you trying to do?
I want to project in my mind her sorry, where I'm going, like what's around me, the direction I'm going so she could follow.
Okay, yeah, easy enough. You kind of, as you're running, you're kind of projecting that. Make a wisdom check for me. Just roll a d20 and add your.
Is that also at disadvantage?
Yes, that would be it.
17 at disadvantage.
Okay. You get the impression that she got the message, and that you were able to do. So that wasn't an action to do. You were able to do that. So you can still use your action to dash if you like, or
I would like to use my action to dash.
okay. You jump into the brambles. I need you to make another dexterity saving throw for me, please.
Sorry to ask again, is that also at disadvantage?
Yeah, as long as you have that one exhaustion point, all ability checks are at disadvantage.
No problem. Oof, I got a nat 1.
At one, you take 2 slashing damage as you are making your way through the brambles, and at least for one turn, you are considered grappled by the vines. You won't need to make a strength check to break out of it. It just takes one turn to break out of it. But you are off the map currently, and Leah, you watch as Jarina just runs right by you, and everybody's disappearing into these hedges behind the house. Rowan, Sora, and Cerberus, you are also starting to see your compatriots just here. You're not exactly sure where, but they seem to be running towards the back of the house. All right, it is now the thugs' turn. The thugs being confronted with this new creature that just popped out. Well, instead of trying to disengage from their entanglement, will attempt to attack this thing in front of them.
I didn't get a turn.
It's not your turn yet. We're getting there. You're after the thugs.
Oh,
You're after the
oh,
thugs.
the second time?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because remember you hid in the hedge, you did something, and then we went to Phoebe and we went all the way back around. So, all right. So, first thug is gonna attack. Misses. Second thug attacks. Misses. Third one is going to shoot his crossbow. Misses. Fourth one, crossbow. God damn, natural 1. What the fuck? All right. Let's see. The one that is grappled by the other is going to try and break his grapple from the insect creature, and will not do so with a 2. I'm changing that d20. Goddamn. I can't even roll good against myself, folks. Really. Then yeah, those two on the other side are going to just pull out their crossbows and try and shoot the creature. Misses. Natural 20 on the creature. All right. So the creature will take D10 piercing damage. 9 takes 9 damage. Yeah, and that's all of the thugs. That's all their turn. They are at this point in disarray and thinking that they were making some ground to catch all of you, are now all of a sudden in the midst of yet another battle with these creatures. You are all starting to get the idea that these large mounds that you're seeing are possibly where the creatures are living, or possibly burrowing from, possibly a hive. If maybe. So yeah, more of these creatures seem to be bursting out. Rowan, it is now your turn.
I would like to wild shape into a wolf and dash away.
Alrighty, so So Rowan wild shapes the wolf. And what is your full movement as a wolf?
It's 40.
Okay, you jump into the brambles. I need you to make a dexterity saving throw. The wolf's dexterity. Yeah. Can't hear
You're
you.
muted.
Sorry.
I rolled a 4, and I have to look up what I need to add to that.
I'll say it's probably not going to be enough. Fortunately, you take 2 piercing damage, brambles. Would you like to take your action and dash to move further? Okay. So go further. You won't. You don't. You've already made your dexterity save. You are off map with a good number of. Laura, it is now yours and Cerberus's turn. What would you like to do?
I'm going to whistle for Spot,
Okay.
and I'm going to haul ass after Rowan.
Are you going to get on? Are you going to get on her and then ride her away, or are you just going to run with her?
I'm gonna. I'm gonna get on her for now.
Okay, so you get on her, and her full movement is 40. Okay, I need you to make a dexterity saving throw for both you and her.
My D&D is not loading. Hold on.
Throughout this whole time, even those who are running away from the battle, you can still hear the shouts and screams like shoot it, kill it, ah! The whole time, all of this is going on.
She got a 19. I got a 3.
Okay. She doesn't take any damage as she dashes through the brambles. But you take 2. Um, and you can also have her dash for an extra 40 feet, if you like, as her action.
Sora definitely wants to get to the others as quickly as possible.
Okay.
So sure.
Okay. Yeah. So you make your way through, no problem.
Oh, I'm sorry. At disadvantage because she's exhausted.
Yes, that would be.
And she still gets a 19.
Okay. Yeah. No issue. She does. She's as a large dire wolf. You get the impression she's. This is something that she's might be used to in nature. Um, so yeah, she navigates through it without issue. The rest of your group starts to slowly get together, and you all turn and see that the only one that you cannot see, yeah, Phoebe. I'm gonna assume that you keep running. Yes. Okay, you keep running. You don't have to make any more dexterity saving throws at this point. Make it another about 40 feet, and the brambles start to eat up. It's still very thick. There are a lot of forest and things like that, and like brush but the brambles with all of the sharp thorns seem to eat up and plentiful. Galen, you doing the same thing?
Yes.
You keep running. Same thing. You catch up with Phoebe fairly easily because you are a little faster than and eventually you make your way.
I tumble out.
Yep. kind of full on Jackie Chan, just tumble out of the brambles. Leah, it is now your turn. Watch the majority of your companions just disappear into those brambles behind the house. What would you like to do?
I am going to join them.
Okay. Run through, jump through the brambles. Need you to make a dexterity saving throw for me, please.
$25.
All right, yeah, without issue, you dive into the brambles, roll up to your feet, look around. You see your companions, and they're about maybe some of them are about anywhere between 60 to 100 feet ahead of you. Do you want to use your action to dash to catch up to them?
Oh, yes.
Okay, you can also use a bonus action to dash as well. Because you are a rogue.
Sounds like a plan.
Okay, yeah. So you're able to make it up to them quickly without issue. Um, Now your party is pretty much all together. You've made your way past the brambles. Still hear in the distance the sounds of battle between large creatures and large insect type creatures doing battle against these thugs that have just been harrowing you since that day of the memorial for Hope and Edward. Um, Keep running. Um, Keep making your way through this forest, through the bushes. Um, I need you all. This is going to be a group skill check, so hopefully there will be enough of you who actually have good rolls. If you have enough good rolls, it will be good enough for the entire group. So I need everybody to roll a survival check. If you have exhaustion, that is going to be at disadvantage, just as a reminder. Um,
I have disadvantage as well because of
because of the
the
sun.
sun, right?
Well, you have. Hold on a second.
Unless the thick forest is actually blocking enough of the sun out.
Um, it's not so much. You only have that on attacks and perception checks. Disadvantage on those in the sunlight. So survival check, you should be fine. All right. So start with Jarina.
13 at disadvantage.
Rowan. I'm sorry. What was that? I'm sorry. We still can't hear you.
She rolled
8.
an 8.
Okay. Thank you. I'm sorry. Sora, what did you and Cerberus get?
I don't know what her survival check would be.
It would be you would add whatever her wisdom score is.
Okay, so she got a 19 and I got 9.
All right, Squall.
17 at disadvantage.
Okay. Leah.
Wait, let me check again. 14.
14.
14.
Phoebe.
20 not nat.
And Galen, what'd you get?
19.
Right, yeah, that's good enough. So, you all begin to travel. You're all traveling, running, rushing through these forests. The sounds of fighting and battle slowly starting to diminish behind you as you're making your way through the forest. Not even caring exactly what direction you're going, just as long as it's away from this fight, it's away from this battle. Um, Over the course of the next hour or so, a number of your party who are already exhausted begin to show even more signs of fatigue. You all slow down, um, starting to kind of look around, see if you've made any headway. And at the moment, uh, it looks like you may be out of danger um, from all of the craziness that has just recently happened. Um, it's now starting to get. You can see that the sun is slowly starting to set. Dusk is starting to come. Um, at this point in time, you're still traveling. You're still pushing forward, trying to make your way through this thick woods, this thick area. Occasionally coming to some of those brambles you've seen before, you saw initially, but now learning from your mistakes, learning from this, you begin to actually be able to make your way around them, so they're not as are not damaging you as much as they did initially. By the time it does get dark, you're all exhausted. You're all sweating, tired. You're panting. Cerberus at this point is whining, and you all begin to realize it is probably time to stop and bed down for the evening. It seems as if you are absolutely out of immediate danger, um, but you're still not 100%. But regardless, you're at the point where whether or not you've actually lost them, there's no way you can actually go forward from here without becoming very exhausted and possibly uh, making yourselves bigger targets. So you find yourselves an area where you can actually bed down for the evening. Um, Begin to between the between all of you start to figure out who's going to take watch. Um, so as you're doing this, and at this, and Jarina, at this point, probably about a half an hour to 45 minutes your run away, uh, Maya does kind of swoop down and land on your shoulder, and she is with you for the rest of your travel. So you are all pretty much exhausted, getting ready to bed down for the evening. I would like to know who's going to be taking first, second, and
I,
I I will
First
take
watch.
first watch.
well,
I'll
Leah.
take it with
What?
Phoebe.
Hold on. Leah raised her hand for first watch. So and then Sora raised her hand, so it'll be Leah and Sora. Who will take second? Phoebe.
I will.
So Angelina. And who will take third? Galen and Rowan. Wall will just take his beauty sleep. All right. So tired, exhausted. Everybody has eaten some rations, eaten some food, preparing to bed down for the evening. Um, Leah and Sora, you are taking your first watch. Both to roll perception checks for me, please. Leah, what'd you get?
15.
Sora?
17.
Right. So your first watch, as you're both doing your first watch, um, still a little kind of amped up everything that's happened um, throughout the course of the evening. You're almost on extreme high alert, just watching everything, looking at every shadow, every noise that's made in the darkness of the night. You seem to just become hyper vigilant and hyper aware of every little thing. Um, Sometimes kind of yeah at some towards the end of your watch, sometimes kind of laughing with each other about how crazy and hyper vigilant you all are actually being. Um, but your evening goes without issue. Um, Watch goes fairly smooth. Doesn't seem that you see or think of at the moment. Is there anything that you two would like to do or discuss during your watch, or do you want?
I think I just tell Leo a little bit more about my life and how I grew up. I'm not sure how much she's willing to share, but I just want her to feel a little bit more at ease with me.
Okay.
Yeah, we chat through the night. We talk to Lucy too. I'd like to talk to Lucy a little.
You want to talk to Lucy? So at some point during your um, the evening, you take the little mouse out of your pouch. You put the mouse down in front of you. It just kind of like gets up on its hind, just kind of looks unsure of what you want to do. Kind of tilts his head for a moment, and then just kind of shifts into this kind of little creature that you initially first met. Lucy um, kind of looks up at you.
I want to make sure that Sora's not frightened by him. You all right, Sora?
Oh, I've seen many things. He doesn't frighten me at all.
Okay. And I'm going to talk to Lucy a little bit about being able to see through Lucy's eyes.
Okay. So you look at Lucy, you start talking to him. What do you say?
So that was pretty cool. Uh, a little heads up would have been nice. But first, I'm going to ask him if he wants something to eat. Lucy, you hungry, honey?
Lucy is not hungry, Master.
Are you sure? And I hand him a cookie.
Does Master want Lucy to eat?
Would Lucy like a cookie?
Does Master want Lucy to eat the cookie?
If Lucy wants the cookie,
Does Master want Lucy to eat the cookie?
yes.
Snatches the cookie from your hand.
Does Lucy like the cookie?
Lucy likes the cookie.
Okay, good.
Jesus Christ.
Are there any other tricks we can do, Lucy? Because that could be very useful if I could see through your eyes and send you up ahead for us.
Lucy can help Master see many things, as long as Lucy doesn't go too far from Master.
Well, then we'll stay close by.
Lucy thinks that's a good idea.
Okay, why don't you get some rest, Lucy?
Does Master want Lucy to rest?
After our watch, we'll have some rest. So, do you want to do a little patrol around?
Does Master want Lucy to do a patrol around?
Yes. Lucy, go do a patrol.
And you watch as Lucy just all first the first thing you see Leah and Sora is Lucy just boop, disappears right in front of you, and then you see the little footprints just walk away and run away. By the
I
time
chuckle a little bit.
you both finish your watch, Lucy has returned um, you know, turns back into a mouse and then just kind of goes into one of your pockets, Leah.
Okay.
Okay, so next next watch is Phoebe and Jareen. I need you both to make a perception checks for me, please.
Do you want assistance or do you want us both to roll?
I want you both to roll individual.
Okay.
I'm assuming that I'm still exhausted.
Yes, the exhaustion point only goes away after you finish your long rest. You haven't finished.
Does everybody have exhaustion at this point or no?
No, there was only a few people who got it.
I was lucky. Okay.
So Phoebe, what'd you get?
You said perception?
Yep.
Rolled a 15, perception 3. 18.
Okay. Serena, what'd you get?
12.
Okay. Similar to Leah and Sora, you're both extremely hyper vigilant, hyper aware. Every little noise, you both kind of jump, kind of move. Um, but thankfully, throughout your watch, outside of animal movement and what you assume are probably much smaller insects, and possibly some bird sounds, um, there's nothing of note happens during your watch. Adrena?
Uh, is Maya still around me?
She is actually curled up sleeping by one of the trees.
Got it. I want to take out one of the weasel bodies and just put it right next to her so when she wakes up, she has something to eat.
Okay, easy enough. Anything else that you two want to do, or are you done with your watch? Okay. All right. So you two make your way. You both wake up Galen and Rowan for their watch, and both go to sleep. Um, Galen and Rowan, I need you both to make perception checks.
24.
Galen?
18. I mean, not 18. Sorry, 12.
12.
Um,
All right. Again, between the both of you, you're constantly kind of looking out. You both are specifically like just listening for the sounds of not only those large insect creatures, but possibly, sounds of those men that have been following you, who have been just kind
I
of harrowing your every step.
I want after about an hour of the watch, after the coast seems clear, I would like to start with the first lesson of how to work with a scimitar. We won't be banging or making noise. We'll just be how to hold it, how to hold your wrist, how to stand correctly, your forms, that kind of thing.
Okay. You're teaching Galen how to use
Yeah.
it. Okay. Yeah. So over the course of the watch, you're able to do that. Galen, make a gonna probably be. I will say, let's make this a straight up intelligence check to see how well you grasp the concepts of everything.
17.
17. Yeah, you grasp what she's you pick up what she's throwing down. Yeah, you got what you got what she's talking about, and you start to pick it up fairly well. Occasionally you do something wrong, and Rowan's like, no, not like that, not like that. And she corrects you, and you're starting to get. So you're on the way to learning it. You're not gonna learn it all in one night. But you you've made some headway. You've made some headway to actually begin the process of learning how to weapon properly. And as your watch comes to an end, thankfully, you have not heard uh, any sound of not insects or these individuals. And there seems to be this kind of uh, hanging thought of between all of you, whether you're sharing it with each other or not. Uh, who are these? What do they want? Why are they so interested in Squall? Those are questions that have been kind of hanging out there. No one actually inquiring or trying to figure out what it could possibly be. Rena, while you are sleeping, suddenly find yourself awake in what feels like a black void. And you realize you've been here before. And suddenly start breathing a little heavier, a little faster, not really understanding what's happening. This time it's a little different. In smell of smoke burning. Start to try and figure out where you are. You feel like your body's floating, but when you look down, you actually don't see your body. It's almost like you're almost disembodied. You try to move, you try to scream, you try to say something. Nothing comes out. You can't move. And the smell of the burning gets more intense. Smoke becomes very, very thick and you feel like you're going to choke on it, but you don't cough. You don't. It's just there, ever present. Then suddenly, in the distance, you see these two pinpoints, red light, just slowly begin to get closer, closer. As they do, it's very hard to make out in the smoke. Make a perception check for me. Not at disadvantage.
18.
Even with how thick the smoke is, and again, you can't even see the smoke, but you feel it. Um, see what looks like this large, massive shadow, and these two red pinpoints are piercing through smoke. It looks possibly like the head of something. Not sure, but uh, as it gets closer, it becomes very evident that these are eyes. And suddenly, the eyes stop. They're still there, but they're just staring right through. Begin to hear a noise, hear a sound, and you realize that it's heavy. And then you begin to hear a voice.
I'm getting very tired of watching you run. You fight. You kill. That is who you are.
what do you do?
I respond, or try to. I am whoever I want to be, not who you deem me to be.
Where is that backbone and the fight? No, you are mine. And that means you fight, and you kill, and you win. That is who you are. Don't forget that.
And with that, as this voice says this to you, you've all of a sudden you feel like your whole body is racked in pain. And you want to scream, and you go to scream, but no sound comes forth. And as you feel like these eyes, which are now like piercing into you and now growing larger and larger, you feel like you're going to be burned by these eyes, burned by the actual what them staring into you. Almost immediately you're woken up. Phoebe is shaking you awake. The sun is rising, and the rest of your party is now awakening from their long rest. You all now have a full long rest. You get all your spell slots back. You get all your hit points back. Um, yeah, all that good stuff.
I am noticeably just really disturbed and a little afraid. But I gather all my things and group up with everybody.
You start to break for camp. You have a good breakfast. You all kind of take a look around before you start out um, journey for the day. Seem to be, at least for now, out of danger, out of reach of these individuals who have been chasing you down, out of reach of the strange creatures that kept bursting forth from the ground. But for how long? What you have lots of questions, no answers. That is where we are going to end for the evening. Good game,
Awesome,
guys.
awesome game tonight.
You really know where to just like leave us on a cliffhanger. I love it.
That's my
The game
job.
master.
That's my job. Oh yeah. All right. So good game, guys. Good game. That was tough. That was a tough fight, but like I said, yeah, running is always an option.
Run as fast as you can.
Yeah, okay, so yeah, that is always an option. So I want to thank everybody. I want to thank my players for having such an awesome game tonight. Um, and thank you everybody for who everybody's watching. Thanks for bearing with us with our technical difficulties. I mean, again, we're a growing stream, growing game. We're doing the best that we can with what we got. Um, but we still thank you for the support. We really, really appreciate it. We really love the support and love that you've been giving us. Thank you so much for all of that. Time to do some shout outs. Want to thank a number of people tonight who showed up. Insane Shane, 99, thank you for the follow of the channel. Tight Panther and the Tower. These really strong names tonight. Thank you for the follow. Really appreciate it. Two to your head. Again, thank you so much for the love, the host and the raid. Like, thank you so much. We really appreciate it. Really want to thank all of you for again supporting what we do, whether that's just following, watching us. If you're enjoying what we're doing, please, thank you for keep watching us. Keep spreading the love. Keep telling people about us. Every time you tell somebody about us, that's one more person entertained and one more person being inspired, to either play tabletop games or just play the games that they love or just being part of a really cool community. Like, so just share us, spread the love, and we really appreciate it. Don't forget, we have a Twitter, we have a Discord, we have a YouTube, we have a Facebook group. Join all the things, please. Like, we want you to be a part of all of that. We share all of that information with everybody. We share all the tools that we use for all of this, for the streaming, for the gaming, all of that. We love to have conversations with you. Love to talk with you. Love to just kind of, you know, just bullshit together, because that's what community is about, right? So thank you so much for all of that. Thank you for the support. Thank you for everything. Again, I can't thank my mods enough for dealing with the craziness, as well as again my wonderful, amazing players. Um, I'm gonna close out tonight. Like, hold on one second, please. Yeah, my personal mod. Yeah. Um, so let's see. So we're going to, as we close out, we're going to raid a friend and supporter of the show. Um, uh, yeah, Mama Shady, Mama, if you want to just send it to me. Yeah, thank you very much. Okay. This is, yeah, so please show our friend here some love um, as we close out for the evening. Um, and remember, I will keep saying it until everybody actually does it. Please be good to yourself. Please be good to others. Take care of others, and don't forget to take care of yourselves. Because we can't help others if we haven't helped ourselves. So please don't forget to do that. And until we see you next time, take care.